Good morning. I'm a few minutes late here. This is Jennifer from Post-Woke World, and we are waiting for court to start today. It's the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 18. Yesterday, court ended rather abruptly after one witness was interviewed or cross-examined, and that was the chaplain. The chaplain was asked some questions about what she was told by Lindsay Clancy the day she visited her, and she confirmed, similarly to Dr. Zeisel, that Lindsay Clancy had heard a voice that commanded her to kill the kids. So that was our last witness yesterday, and now we're just waiting here for court to start today, and it's highly anticipated. We're waiting for two defense experts to see how they do, Dr. Resnick and I believe Dr. Spinelli or Nurse Spinelli, and they're both mental health experts. So that's where we left off. Now, the judge on, I guess it was yesterday, the judge yesterday said that he anticipates closing arguments coming up probably Monday or Tuesday, and he likes to give an extra day for people to sort of gather their thoughts, which I thought was interesting. I think he just wants to go surfing and rip bongs, but do some bong hits, but maybe he just wants to give them some extra time. Maybe that's really what it is. I don't know. So as of right now, nothing is happening here. One second. And if you can tell, I still need some coffee, so let's oh boy, hold on one second, guys. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. Hopefully this will start soon. Hi, True Crime Unleashed. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna grab coffee. Sorry. Let me see if I can put something on just to so you don't have dead air. I don't really like that. Let's see. Sorry, guys. Let me see. I'm just trying to put something on so you can see while we're waiting. Okay. My Lord. One second. All right, here's the thing.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Yes, please.
For today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hunter.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we get going, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Get in here. Josie, get in here.
We're going to be in a short recess, and we're going to bring the jury back in, and we'll call the next witness. Okay?
Court, all rise.
All right, let's listen to this witness from yesterday.
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to speak into that microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Sheila Kavanaugh, Cavanaughh.
And what town do you live in?
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And what are you doing for work now?
I am a board certified chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that there were board certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training, we need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board and they make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement. And in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston College, it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And how long have you been working now as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
So
Sustain.
okay.
so you can't, you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's called hearsay?
Okay.
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 So I can say, as a result of a conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes, she was intubated, she had bandages, she had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because when, yes,
Does she have the same,
similar,
very similar?
very similar.
Like that?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
This is such a professional production. I had my mic off. Listen, thanks for being here. I'm playing the last witness from yesterday's hearing because, per usual, they are running late. I think the judge is in the back room ripping bong hits and trying to catch a wave before the day starts. So until then, we're going to watch this nice young woman who was interviewed yesterday about her interaction when she went to see Lindsay Clancy. And you can be sure when the trial starts, I will flip over to the trial. But for now, let's watch her. Because I need some caffeine and I cannot talk about anything until I get
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed. She was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two. Okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice. And the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, but, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham. And the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And Do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
How are you finding the time to send over all these
All
notes?
right.
I gotta see.
guys.
I've been using Granola.
What is granola?
So it's an AI notepad. If you want to take notes during the
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals. Is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay and Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to
No,
continue.
you can't say what anybody told me.
Oh,
So when she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
she went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. It's been a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in
Clancy. All right, so can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Are you kidding me? They just got here. I can't. Let's see who's in the crowd here. Hold on. Let's see who's in the crowd. Hold on. All right. So, of course, we have a sidebar immediately. Okay. Let's put in some music until they come back, guys.
This court is now in session, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
We have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Jackson.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, so can I see counsel sidebar, please?
And we're at a sidebar. I'm going to just wait tomorrow to go live until these people actually go live. Okay, let's see, guys. All right, watch out. I should have known better that they did a fake out. I mean, this judge does a fake out every day. They come every day, they're late. And when they finally come on, they have a fucking sidebar. Oh my God. All right. I get it. It's not a TV show, it's court. It's just I wish they would just start court at 10 or something so they could get all their bullshit done because it's just frustrating. All right. Anyway, let's just put something else on until these freaking people come back. Let's just do that. That's how I feel right now, guys. That guy, that little squirrel or gopher, whatever the fuck he is, it makes me so happy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Do these two plan to dress? I can't stand it. I'm sorry. I've gotten to the point where I can't stand these women. I have to be kind though. I'm gonna be nice. So we're just getting a gallery view right now of the jury. I'm sorry, not of the jury, of the people that are in court. You see Bob Mata sitting there. He's talking to somebody. I don't know who that woman is. Some member of the press on the other side there. That's where I was sitting, on the right side of the exit door or the entry door, exit entry, when I was there last week. And I don't know why I thought the woman with the blonde short hair there with the flowered orange shirt was Lindsay's mom, but it's not. I don't know who it is, which looks like Lindsay. She just has a short blonde haircut. Lindsay's got the long dark hair. Well, Lindsay's mom is actually the one with the white shirt sitting next to Dr. Zizel. And I don't see her dad sitting there right now. You know, after I spent the week up there, I was driving home and I stopped in Connecticut, which is where I lived for over 20 years. And I visited a friend of mine. And the town that I stopped in was Wallingford, Connecticut, because that's where my friend lives. And she has kids. And one of her kids graduated high school with Lindsay Clancy. So the day that I went to her house, it was her daughter celebrating her.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. We'll talk more later about that. All right, what's going on, guys? What are we doing? What is happening? We're watching the Scissor Sisters.
Your Honor, before the judge come up.
Sure, okay, hold on.
K-Red looking dapper today in that suit. I love the color on him. Lindsay sitting there with the doll eyes. Her hair looks beautiful. And she has a similar expression on her face that she's had pretty much every day. Some of you might notice the expressions on her face, like the doll eyes I mentioned. Sometimes she'll make a grimacing with her mouth. And these are all side effects of likely antipsychotics that she's on right now.
Court, all rise, please.
Watch her blink. You'll see it. You'll see the doll eye effect. She really has that doll eye effect. She's so pretty. Her eyes are so big.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Third one, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hopkins.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And so and then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Judge Spicoli, we're ready.
Judge?
Hi, please pass the pepper. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
I don't know who's going to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant above shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Could you turn on your volume? You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it. But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I am going to be able to hear you now.
Reddington cracks me up. Oh
All
my
right.
God,
Right,
Reddington.
counsel.
Funny.
Good morning, doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live?
Oh, this is going to be great.
Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with...
Did they actually object to him explaining why he's not there in person? There was an objection while the doctor was trying to explain why he's not there in person, and thankfully it was overruled. But are they kidding me?
Lindsay, Clancy, at my request, sir.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case Western Reserve University.
Yeah, it's really...
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cuppa Pug. We are not a traditional...
We're going to have a sidebar here. They're going to lose their mind. Oh my gosh. Well, this guy, this doctor, I'm sure his technology skills are just fine. It's just rough when you're doing a Zoom. And he's breaking up and everything. So frustrating. My lordy. I was just looking at my hand. Look how bruised it is. Do you see it? That's because I was punching. I have one of those like life-size, like it's like a, I think it's like an MMA like punching thing. It's like a person. It kind of looks like a person. You know what I'm talking about? You have to put sand in the base or water, and then you could just go box it and stuff. I was so mad the other day. I was so mad that I don't usually do this. Normally when I get that angry, I'm able to contain myself. But I was so mad the other day that I went out there and I just started punching. And if someone's here for the first time and they're looking at me, they must think I'm a nut. I have a dog bite wound that's healing on this hand. And then I have this hand because that's the one I was punching with most, and it's bruised and swollen. It doesn't really hurt that much, though, I'll be honest. But I'm just saying it because if you notice, it looks kind of crazy.
Members of the jury, just like in the old days when you're watching TV, the little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have people who know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this, all right, to see if we can have a smoother presentation so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you, well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal is to get this
Poor
in a
Reddington.
manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
He's ready to I would just want to throw something. I'd be so angry. You're keeping it together. Reddington, you're keeping it together for all of us, man. We get it. It's a struggle out here in court. It's hard out here for a pimp on these court TV streets.
All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll kind of see if we get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
You know, Reddington, I think, is 70 years old.
All
Look at him.
rise.
Doing great. Okay, so of course we are back to a sidebar. Actually, it's not a sidebar. It's just a break. It's a regular break, guys. All right, so let's just go look at some other stuff while we're waiting for them. Everybody calm the fuck down. All right, let's see. Let's see. Lindsay, Clancy, trial. All right, let's look at some old stuff while we're waiting. Let's see. I want to see the cross-examination of this woman yesterday because they were real nasty about it, and I want to see it. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Clancy. I'm going to say day 17. All right, let's take a look at this. This is from yesterday. So this is yesterday outside the courtroom. There's a lot of people, women standing in solidarity, wearing pink in support of mental health awareness and Lindsay Clancy's struggle.
dog. I did. I was like, oh, I got all the wedding stuff done yesterday.
Wow, there's a lot of people there. There's actually quite a few people there. Wow. Now, I heard, I think it was Aiden Carney last night or on somewhere on an X. I think he was complaining, saying that these women are crazy because they're outside cheering for a murder defendant. And I just thought that was so interesting that he of all people would be like putting this group of women down for quote cheering on a murder defendant. I mean, that's what everyone thought of the Karen Reed people out there. No, I don't believe Karen Reed was a murderer ever. In fact, I went up there. I didn't wear pink or do any of that stuff when I went to see Karen Reed trial a few times, but you know, there was a crowd outside and they were in support of someone that had been accused of murder. And I just find it ironic that Turtle Boy is crapping all over these women, saying that this is different because they're taking pictures with Kevin Reddington and cheering as a prison van goes by or whatever with Lindsay in it. And it just shows me that he's incapable of any kind of deeper thought, especially if it pertains to himself. Because this is actually the same situation as Karen Reed in the sense that these are people letting other people know we support this person who's been accused by the government. It's no different. It's just that this isn't his party, so he doesn't like it. That's really the only difference. And I think it's very it just shows me like how he thinks, and it's not that deep. So that was very disappointing hearing that from him, but whatever. He's said a lot of disappointing things. Yeah, total asshole. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I don't think these women are behaving badly or crazy or fangirling. They're literally standing out in silence. All they did was just kind of wave and cheer for Lindsay in support, not because they're glad she killed her kids. I mean, people really need to stop it with the crappy logic just because it works for them. These women are very peaceful, and and gee, they didn't need Turtle Boy to get them to do this. See, people are capable of this when there's a reason to fight. And I think they're being very respectful to the cause. So it's interesting. I wonder how many. Can you imagine you're a juror showing up and you saw all those people? They would have had to driven through this. The jury would have had to have driven through this. And they're going to see all that pink and they're going to know that these people are here to support Lindsay, I'm assuming. Especially if they have signs and stuff like that. So. Great. It's actually pretty phenomenal that they were able to plan that. Just checking to see if court's back yet. They're not back yet. That courthouse is great, though. There's plenty of parking. You have to worry about paying for it. And that's interesting. All the people standing behind over there. That's Bob Mata. You see him? Right there on this side, this with the backpack. Hold on, let me make myself smaller. This person right in the center here. Right there. See it? Bob Mata. He's part Defense Diaries. Totally agree, Eric.
I've worn contact lenses for the past 10 years of my life, so ordering them has always just been something that I've had to keep up with. For the longest time,
Look at that. That's really nice. People of all different ethnicities, different ages, young, older, middle-aged. I mean, it's great.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to jump in your shot.
I'm here for everybody to get in front of my camera, so don't worry about it.
Do you mind if I step through?
No?
I wonder if there's anything like that outside today.
I know.
All right, let's see.
Testimony, prior inconsistent and prior consistent statements, redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates. Stipulations and consciousness of guilt instruction.
All right, let's see. I want to see her cross-examine Dr. La Posada. That was really good. Hold on.
It will be a longer day than today. I appreciate you coming in here today. We moved.
All right, 1 second. Let's just go here. Who's screaming?
Can you get me through? Yeah, I need you. Yeah, if you can, let's go. Wait.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities.
Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the council read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted, or is that your
That was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay. I would move to have these submitted as the next exhibit, the notes of the witness in her interactions with Ms. Clancy at the Brigham and Women's.
Any objection?
No.
All right. They may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Sorry.
Hey, Mr. Reddington, go ahead.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. May you step down. All right, counsel, can I see you?
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Been good with her and.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
and the district attorney asked you about
Counselor.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Wapisada. Lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Wapisada?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations in unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have a safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Miss Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
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 You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free falling body. Yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head.
I can't. This lady is. This is what happens when you're not trained medically. When you are not trained medically, this is the question you have. And you don't have to be trained medically. However, you should prepare for a cross and know what you're talking about if you're going to challenge this doctor or anybody, any expert. You don't need to have a bruise, a scrape, or anything on the top of your head. The skull is really, really hard to break. And oftentimes when someone is in the hospital because they had a diving accident, or in this case, dove out the window to kill themselves, they're going for CT scans and stuff like that. It is possible they have something, but she's got hair on her head. I mean, this woman is so annoying asking these questions. It just proves her ignorance. I'm sorry.
correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Oh my God.
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting.
I can't stand this lady. I really can't. She's like, there were no dents in her head. Seriously, that's your question? There were no dents in her head. And she's like, like she thinks she ate with that question. She thinks she ate with that question. She thinks she's outsmarting the doctor, and apparently the doctor's lying and as to the mechanism of injury. Even though this doctor is a pathologist, a forensic pathologist, she just decided to lie, because when you dive, you obviously dent your head, right? According to this woman. I can't. Look at Reddington. He's just like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. It's brutal. It's brutal.
The frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans.
That's right. That's the purpose of your skull, is to protect your brain. That's the whole reason why the skull, we're designed a certain way. Like, that's the way we're designed. And the skull is designed to absorb quite a bit of impact before your brain gets fucked up. And in this instance, the angle with which she dove transmitted all that force down and reverberated down her back, down her spine. If this woman is a lawyer, she's got to be able to use logic. She can't be dumb. She can't be illogical if she's a lawyer. She's just trying to make up any reason why we shouldn't believe this happened. Do you think their theory is any better? What is her theory? That she hung out the window and just dropped? That's not how you break your C1, boo-boo. That's not how that happens. It doesn't work that way, Bill.
Correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct?
No, she's sure because she's a board certified forensic pathologist. That's why she's sure. She's sure because she went to medical school, unlike you. She's sure because she dissected human bodies, unlike you. She's sure because she studied physics and chemistry and biology, unlike you. She's sure because we are taught to detect the mechanism of action, the mechanism of injury when the person cannot relay it to us. That's why she's sure. You're sure because you want to assume that when you dive, that your head must crash in. And if it doesn't, then the doctor must be lying.
Correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram.
Right. She probably did have a bruise on the top of her skull. Maybe she had a little laceration on the top of her skull. If we went and looked in her medical chart, we'll probably find something like that. Does it matter overall? Absolutely not. It means nothing. And if she doesn't have an abrasion or something on the top of her head, it does not negate the fact that she jumped out the window and dove head first. It doesn't change that. You don't have to have the scrape on the top of the head to prove it. I understand that you can't fathom this, woman, but the doctor understands.
Number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yeah.
and let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some.
I love Dr. Laposado. I love her.
Photographs here. Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
I saw the thinning on the top. I was like, what? I knew that Nutrafol was working because I was seeing less scalp, especially in the front. Nutrafol was
Whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
No swelling, correct?
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
When
it doesn't mean anything that there's no blood on this sheet. If she did have a laceration, guess what? They stapled it already, or they bandaged it. They're not going to let her sit there with blood pouring out at the top of her head. It's not going to work. And the absence of that does not negate the fact that she dove out the window. I understand this lawyer can't get that through her skull. She's trying to confuse the jury.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct.
And she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's absolutely correct.
Yes. That does not do anything to negate her diving out the window. She still dove out the window head first. Doesn't matter. She doesn't have a
Put the
dent.
photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Whatever she means
All right,
by
they may
dent.
be admitted.
It's 282.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in state of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, she started manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor,
Sorry.
wait for a question.
You were also asked
sorry.
in that same trial, doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, application, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Wow, this lady is such a...
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for
Does this woman not understand that, like... Never mind.
death to occur? And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
Yeah, I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds, because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
with continuous pressure, pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there that's leading up to that is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Spread.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature or walk away, leaving the
All right, looks like we're back. Hold on.
I'm leaving.
All right, sorry. What is wrong? Okay. I do not know what I just did. Oh my God. I feel like I'm in.
hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just so, and spell the last name.
So his name is P-H-I-L-L-I-N-P. R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the, the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry. That is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues. I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry. That is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues, such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant.
He's been on like a lot of the top cases. Interesting about the Ted Kaczynski one and Andrea Yates. I mean, I think that's also a really interesting one. Okay.
To the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood?
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control.
To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com. And boom.
What matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children. And she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Okay, so I just want to bring something up here that they're talking about. There's something called the MMPI. I actually took that when I was, I think I was like 24, because my boyfriend at the time was in a PhD program for clinical psychology, and he would administer it to people. And one of the things that happens when you take that MMPI is they put certain questions in there to test your truthfulness. The way that they word them, it's interesting. I could tell the questions when they popped up. If you understand the way things are worded, you could lie and actually, you could outsmart the test, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I just, it's interesting. If she did the MMPI and it shows she's being truthful, that's a big deal, I think. So
Hold on.
yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here just so you guys. MMPI. Yeah, it's a personality test used in psychology evaluations. It's a standardized, what they call psychometric. So it's a psychology metric test of adult personality and if they have any psychopathology like antisocial behavior or sociopathy, basically. A version for adolescents also exists, and it was first published in 1992. That's interesting. That's when I graduated from college. Yeah, and it was 94 when I took it, so that makes sense. Psychologists use various versions of the MMPI to help develop treatment plans, assist with differential diagnosis, help answer legal questions, screen job candidates during the personal selection. You know, actually, I went for a job at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut once, and they administered a test, and it was to detect any type of racism or xenophobia or sexism or sociopathy. It's really, really interesting. They can screen you for that, and they could tell based on your answers, you know, if maybe you have some hidden biases or overt biases against certain types of people. And even though it might seem like it's illegal to do that type of a test, if you want the job, you're going to need to take it. So it's pretty interesting stuff that they can figure out. They can't lean on it completely because nothing's going to be 100%, but it does show quite a bit of utility when you do take these tests. So I'm curious what this guy's going to say here. And of course, they're still. There we go.
Okay, doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's.
Malingering is a very specific word used in medicine in which a patient comes in and what they're asking for, let's say they have back pain or chest pain or something like that, you sometimes can detect malingering, meaning they're coming in for reasons other than medical treatment. For example, maybe they want a note for work so they don't have to go back to work. Maybe they're having a mental health crisis and they don't know how to say it, so they somaticize their complaints. That's not really malingering. Malingering is really when you're coming in for a purpose other than medical treatment. You need it to leverage your position. For example, get narcotics for your back pain or have a work note so you don't lose your job, that type of stuff. People malinger for all sorts of reasons, sometimes just for attention, which is what Munchausen's is.
Comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis.
The new way to own your brand with Wix Harmony. Showcase what you've got.
Frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open a window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
All right, let's review what he just said there. What's going on now? Hold on.
Psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is? And
I wonder if she was struggling with the voice all day. I mean, I know she's allegedly had this voice command while he was out. And if you've been following me yesterday and the day before, I showed some people when they were in psychosis, they talked about their psychosis and how they had some insight into it. And I just wonder how much she had been struggling with that during the day, or if it just kind of came out of nowhere, which apparently it can.
as how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open a window. about 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Like she's like, some people that we've listened to in the past couple of days, when they describe their psychosis, they say it's different for every person, but that they feel it's almost as if they're in a dreamlike state. So, we know we have dreams, and when we have dreams, nothing really makes sense. Everything's sort of abstract, symbolic. But for some people, when they're in their psychotic state, it's the same thing. Two things appear to make some type of sense. They tie things together that we don't find meaning in, but the psychotic person does. And so this whole thing is just very terrifying. And it makes me question if, in my opinion, I think there are certain things, drugs, activities, drugs being controlled, things that are prescribed or bought on the street, including alcohol, bought in a liquor store. But I think they open people up to negative entities, I guess is the best way I'll put it. Some people don't like to hear that. If they're not spiritual, they, are religious in any way, they think people are nuts for thinking that. But how else do you explain somebody who feels like they've been taken over by another thing, something else, and they're being commanded by a voice to do things? How else do you explain that? And this situation that she's describing, that she found herself in, is not unique to her. I mean, there are a lot of people that are in mental institutions or have been hospitalized for these very same things. And when you look at Lindsay Clancy, it may be hard to imagine or believe that she was capable of that. But like I said, if you go and you look at some people who have had psychotic episodes, they will talk to you about them and you'll learn a lot from it. I think it's worthwhile.
Counsel?
All right, so let's see. Did they get back yet?
Separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I ask Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked. Doctor, you can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that.
That's interesting. Why? I'm just curious why he can't say what she told him. I thought that if you were the defendant, that would be considered, it's not hearsay. I thought there was another rule for that. That's interesting that he can't say what she told him.
Just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die.
You think?
Now,
yeah, she only tried to kill herself with like 3 different ways. She crushed up a bunch of pills. She jumped out a window and she tried to cut her throat and her wrists.
My research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories. And I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was so distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted, psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea that the ability to make a rational decision. She was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion of reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, you
can see how this could get people so twisted up. If you've ever been anxious about anything in your life, particularly something that's super important to you, like your children, and you're starting to slowly lose your grip on reality, you're feeling more and more anxious, you're feeling more compulsive, some people, they soothe themselves by keeping everything in order, and they get upset when it's disrupted. And she seems like that type of person that likes to label things, order things need to be done in a certain way. And that can be helpful for a lot of people. It's regulating. But when you throw in the mix the fact that you're having these impulsive thoughts about killing your kids or hurting your kids, And then you're afraid that if you tell someone that, your kids will be taken away. Or if you go to a psych hospital, your kids will be taken away. They're not necessarily irrational fears. So it's just a very scary place to be as a woman in that moment. And I just really feel badly for her because I feel like she just didn't get the help she needed.
Your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum after the child is born that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a
All right,
matter
no,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Oh my God, the way he just worded that. The way he just worded that is for all these people on the internet, these nasty, cruel people who have no idea what mental health is all about, what mental illness is all about. And when people say Lindsay would still like to kill herself, come up with things like, well, why is she still alive? Right? So he just asked it very, very directly. If she's so sad and suicidal, why is she still living? I hope this answer satisfies all these crazy people.
Well, Lindsay, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at
Reddington's stressed today. I can feel the stress.
40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, do's and don'ts of depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, A woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes,
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murdered by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes,
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
that's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes,
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
that there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes,
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right. And she did in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
did
told
not
her,
acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Sustained.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is strict and that answer is strict.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
No, of course she didn't.
You also, in teaching people about,
If you say that, DCF gets involved, and then guess what happens? It's no bueno. DCF doesn't help, or CPS, whatever it's called, where you live. They don't help.
malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it's a
had
yes or no
a-
question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I
mentioned
asked
the
you.
motive
I did not
already.
ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission. and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these 3 sections as the next 3 exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting.
When you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of the experiences you value. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Here's how I got my contacts for free using my vision insurance benefits on 1-800-CONTACTS. I use 1-800.
The portions of the video where she smiled and laughed.
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about.
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts.
So if she was smiling and laughing at some point, that indicates what? I mean, is she supposed to just be tearful and sad and crying every single day of her life?
Saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense, and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
Good. You that
and you're
should
aware
happen.
that did not
See, this-
occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yeah, good. The state should not be able to just crawl up inside of all this stuff immediately.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes,
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Yeah, that's what happens when you're depressed. This woman's obviously never, when you're depressed, oftentimes you want to just lay down on the couch and cry or in your bed or whatever. And sometimes you're unable, no matter what, to move when you're in a really bad depression. I know because I've been in severe depression, and you don't want to fucking move when you're in depression like that. But sometimes something comes up, like it's a birthday for a family member or some other thing. And what you do is you rally yourself. You force yourself to do it. Sometimes you can't. If you're too depressed, you can't even do that. But everybody does this on a daily basis, masking and code switching. We all do this kind of stuff. So her point is not well taken here. And if there's anybody on the jury that's ever had depression, they're going to call this woman's bluff.
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
All right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Reagan.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right.
Oh my God.
So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Okay, so the defense arrested. That was their last witness, Dr. Resnick. It was a little rough in the beginning there because, you know, the whole technicality situation where it was rough, right? And they got his testimony. I think his testimony was good. I think the cross was okay. But honestly, I think, I don't know. When I was up there that week, somebody asked me what I thought would happen in the case. And my first answer was she would be found not guilty. And then I was like, no, actually, it's probably going to be a hung jury. I'm starting to think she's going to be not guilty. And the reason why I'm starting to come to that conclusion, although I haven't made up my mind completely, is because I was a juror in a case. And I had thoughts. I'll tell you after this.
Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Abram Mack.
What I wanted to say is the jury can tell when the prosecution is full of shits, and they also pick up on all of that. The jury is way smarter than people give them. People are smarter than people give people credit for. And I believe this jury sees this prosecution and sees right through them. I saw the jurors because I was in the courtroom. Gosh,
All right, good morning,
weeks
Doctor.
ago at this point.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Abram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Abram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
Overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
Not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment.
If I'm on the jury, I'm asleep right now. Like, this is so freaking boring. Okay. I get it. You got to establish this, that, and the other thing, but I'm seriously like falling asleep right now. Okay. Can we get to the point?
Correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term.
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that.
My opinion is this is my opinion. Sorry, I'm going to give it since you're I got a few people here with me and I appreciate you guys riding with me, okay, on this trial. Like you know, I've been saying a lot about it the last few days. We'll get back to this guy in 1 second. But I just want to point something out. Dr. Resnick was okay. He didn't blow me away and make me feel like, yeah, you just helped our case. He wasn't bad. He was okay. You know, maybe it's his age. I don't know. But this guy is no better. And the truth is, you're not going to get inside Lindsay Clancy's head. I don't care how many degrees you have. I don't care how many times you've talked to people or anything else. Nobody is going to be able to really get inside of her head and know for sure. We can look at her actions before and her actions after and try to make some kind of reasonable guess about what happened, right? And why she did it. But I don't think that this doctor or the one prior is really going to give that answer. I think the jury, in my opinion, when this stuff gets boring and tiresome like this, I can tell you as a juror member myself, I would fall asleep. I don't care how much the prosecution or defense thinks someone's important. The jury is who decides who is important. There's testimony that you hear in a trial and you just immediately know it's important and you log it away, and other people think it's important and it's not. The jury is what matters here. Like I said, I was up there a couple of weeks ago and I saw the jury, and it was there were ages spanning from, I would say the earliest was probably late 20s up until like the maybe even like late 60s. It was there were more women than men, but I think there were 7 men. I'm talking about 18 with the other people. So all right, let's get back to it.
Portion where you ask questions, but effectively you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law. And the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question.
Yes,
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
that's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes,
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam.
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object bleeding. Sustained. If you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes. At the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Why does it matter? Do we care if she likes the food at the hospital? Whoever likes food nobody likes food at the hospital. Nobody. What does that have to do with anything? Seriously, what does her food consumption? She's not on a hunger strike. She's eating something. Why does it matter?
Yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently. And I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
No.
She is in a hospital, by the way. So I'm going to assume all of those things. I hope we can still assume that when you're in the hospital, if you can't groom yourself, that other people are going to help you groom yourself. That's what happens. When you're at home and you're depressed and you don't feel like grooming yourself, well, you could sit there with greasy hair for a month. You could do whatever. But when you're in a hospital, someone is going to make sure you get bathed and your hair is washed. They're not going to let you sit in the hospital smelly and all messed up looking. So I don't.
Oh, did she describe to you?
I'm missing the point. I understand. Listen, if someone can groom themselves, if they're motivated to get better, if they enjoy eating, I understand the point, but nobody likes hospital food. Who likes hospital food? Are you trying to imply she's picky because she doesn't like hospital food? I don't know why you're asking that question. It's really annoying.
Her thoughts or feelings about her current situation.
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Ooh.
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
A booking app, a marketplace, an AI tool, without writing a single line of code.
Propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after
she
the
had,
birth?
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any
No.
evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall and all the records that were available to you, what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to...
So the most important thing I think to understand about any of this is it comes down to who the jury believes is more credible or even who they like more, this guy or Dr. Resnick. That's all it is. It's who do they think is more credible.
The interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is a major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders.
I used to say, if I hear AI one more time, I'm going to lose it. But Monday.com is...
Depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of...
I'm with you, Rando. Random, I'm totally snoozing over here. I'm the same way. And I'm typically very, very interested in psychiatry and psychology and stuff. Like that's something that definitely would hold my interest. This is a snooze fest. I don't think they have any big bombs they're going to drop here. I really don't. And I agree with your sentiment that the jury's just going to discount these experts. I don't think they really are making a great difference one way or another. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm with you.
Immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body.
I love this point. This is such a good. It's so good because we're not paying attention. We're bored. We are bored.
And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to.
No, but that's hilarious. I wish people would stop doing that. Look, I don't blame Patrick, but like you have to take into account that there are people that do, and you're not going to help sway them or collaborate with them if you just scream at them and yell at them. I can't stand Ashley Banfield anyway, right?
Act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Wait a minute, hold on. I just want to hear that one last thing he said.
How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But
that's pretty interesting, right? That right there is very interesting. There's a subgroup of people who experience hallucinations on a regular basis and have no negative effect from it. Are these people perhaps religious? Is that perhaps these people? Are they religious? I'm just curious. These two people would be enough to make you want to take these meds off. It's so true. It's so true, Lisa. Oh my God. We all need some antipsychotics at this point. Holy shit.
for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go.
And yeah, and I wouldn't have believed that except for I went on YouTube. And if you guys were with me yesterday or the day before, you saw I showed some people who are in psychosis. They talk about their psychosis. They're aware that they have it, and they're so self-aware that they can feel themselves when they're slipping into it. It's kind of interesting. I had no idea people could have that.
Go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Right. And that's true. When you're psychotic, it doesn't mean you automatically do not know what's right and what's wrong. And that's fine because the Massachusetts law doesn't require that you don't know right from wrong. In fact, in Massachusetts, you can know right from wrong, but have the inability to comport your actions with that due to your mental illness, and you will be found not guilty, or you could be found not guilty. That's what's going on in the case.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant, or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world, and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on, somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea.
Hold on. He just said he doesn't know that that's psychotic. So it could be psychotic. What I know is that it's paranoid. Because if you aren't actually harming your children and you're thinking about harming and you're thinking in a logical way, then you're going to understand. The problem is the state sucks. We all know CPS sucks. We all know DCF sucks, right? So nobody wants those people involved, right? But if you're a person that's concerned, you feel like you might harm your children, right? You tell your family, you tell your husband, it's a scary thought because then your kids get taken away. You're fucked, right? So I get it. It's true that that's not necessarily an irrational fear. However, I think it's hard to decide if it is psychotic or not, especially given the way that we know DCF and CPS treats kids and what they do. They make it much worse. It's sick, but it's better to stay in a home where you're being abused than be put into a system with people who aren't related to you. I believe that makes it worse, unfortunately. It's really sad, but it's true. I think if kids can stay with their families, it's always better, even if they're struggling in their families. I'm not talking about severe abuse, but you guys understand what I mean. I mean, the state taking kids out of their homes and that kind of shit. There's so much dirty deeds going on there. I mean, the trafficking of children, the abuse, the way these people treat the stepkids, or not stepkids, the fostered kids. It's so sad and disturbing. It's like everything else. When you say you're advocating for a group and you make a formal institution, over time you end up acting in a way that's harming the people you say you're helping. It's just something that always ends up happening somehow. And what are you supposed to do?
That she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took.
Dude, don't tell me. See, this guy, I don't like this guy. He's too slippery. I don't like it. Because the truth is, any psychiatrist, if you were to ask them, if you went into a psychiatrist and said, I think the Seroquel permanently damaged me, I'm never going to be normal again. They're going to tell you that no, boo-boo, the medicine comes out of your system, it's gone, there's no permanent damage. I'm going to tell you, you know what? That could be a possibility. I'm going to have to research it because I don't know. But there's no way they're going to tell people no. And now he's going to say, well, yeah, maybe I got to hear this. Let me rewind this because this is ridiculous. Hold on.
She took. So I don't know that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, can you hear my thoughts? And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having. Without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked.
Do you see, this guy is couching, and people don't have to do what I'm doing here to get the gist. He's couching. He said not necessarily. He's not saying any absolutes here. He doesn't know. He doesn't know any different than Resnick knows. It's up to the jury.
Did you hear that?
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong.
50% of people in this country don't live within driving distance of a Whole Foods, and even more of them can't afford the premiums, even if they do.
Nick Green and his co-founders came up with the idea for Thrive Market.
Thrive Market is the online healthy grocery store.
With your glucose system, and ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was
okay. Not diabetic ketoacidosis, bruh. I have a point of contention to bring up here. Let's talk about this. DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis. You're sick. You're sick. You're in the ICU. If she's not in the ICU when he's interviewing her and she's worried she has DKA, that's a delusion. Okay? Bruh. Sorry, I'm trying to get the I can't do it. Bruh. Okay, I feel better now. All right. Bruh.
A common report of her that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up, ladies, if you had it, because I sure did.
Or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right. Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Drew.
Yeah, the judge is like, look, guys, I have to go take a big rip off my bong right now. It's been several hours and I just need to go rip a bong. That's what the judge is really saying right here.
Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay?
All right. And like we said, what's going on right now, this is what's happening as we speak. The judge is in the chambers. He's packing his bong bowl. He's packing it. He's going to take some rips so that Maui Wowie. And then Reddington, like we said yesterday, okay? Yes, my shirt says Russian bot. Okay. Reddington is like this right now. He's going, oh. That's what Reddington's doing, okay? He's like, just like getting that Jedi fucking force. He's just out there in the sun. Oh, everybody's watching him, right? Everybody's around. They're like cheering him on. And he's like, quiet, everybody. And he's just like, oh. He's going to get into the warrior stance. He's like, I'm doing the warrior. Oh. Okay, that's what Reddington is doing right now, okay? And then the Scissor Sisters, you know the Scissor Sisters with the bows? Right now, they're in a bathroom stall, kind of like when you're a teenager in high school. You know when you're a teenager in high school and you got to go smoke a cigarette with your friends? You're like, shit, come on, let's go. Right now, the Scissor Sisters are like this in the bathroom, and they have a voodoo doll. They have a voodoo doll like this. Like that. That's what they're doing right now. Okay. That is what's happening. All right. Just in case anybody wondered. This is why we have so many breaks. Because these people can't, they're pretending to be stable. All of these people. The judge, I think Reddington might be actually stable. The women definitely aren't. The Scissor Sisters are not stable. Wow. Wow, that was crazy. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, look. Do you see Lindsay? Do you see what Lindsay's doing here? Hold on, let's look. Is Lindsay, does she have a smile on her face? She's not allowed to smile. Lindsay's not allowed to smile. What are you doing, Lindsay? You are not allowed to smile. Did you brush your hair today? Why are you brushing your hair, Lindsay? Why are you self-propelling in your wheelchair? Did you guys hear that bullshit? They're like, was she self-propelling in her wheelchair? Dude, if that's you trying to make it like Lindsay Clancy is like living her best life, wow, right? Oh, I'm sorry, she's self-propelling in a wheelchair. That was one of the craziest things I heard. I was like, you have got to be shitting me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She has family visiting and she felt a little joy that day. They visit her on those days, particularly because they know it's going to be horrible. Anybody that's lost someone, it's not by murder. It could be a relative that got in a car. I told you guys the story of me. My best friend died. She died the day after Christmas in a car accident. And I blame myself, which was completely irrational. Okay. It took me a while to understand that. But I blame myself because why? The guy that was driving her when she died, she met because of me. Not because I knew him, because she went with me somewhere and that's where she met him. It's a weird belief, but anybody who's ever lost someone they love knows, right? Anybody who ever lost someone who, anybody, it doesn't matter who it is. I just want to turn this off. Sorry. Whoops. Yeah. It doesn't matter who it is, right, guys? Like, it could be a relative that dies of a heart attack. Some way you're going to be, oh, I should have given them aspirin for Christmas, or I should have mailed them tips on how to have better cardio. I mean, we will blame ourselves for everything. You know what I'm saying? You will find a way when someone you love dies. Now, if that person died by suicide, it's even a billion times worse. And Lindsay killed her kids and she knows it. So the day of their birthday, she is going to have a really tough time. And everybody knows that. Just like everybody knows if their parent dies every year around that time, every year, the day after Christmas, the whole month of December, honestly, I'm in a funk. I'm depressed. I'm in a funk. I don't know what's wrong with me. And then somebody will say to me, you think it might be Monica? Because that was her name, my best friend that passed away. We were like sisters. Like, we had the same last names. We just spelled them differently. Okay. But we lived on the same street. We grew up on the same street. Okay. I spent summers with her when they moved to Lancaster out in Amishville. So I'm just saying, like, she was like a sister. But the point is, the whole month I'll be depressed. So Lindsay is going to be depressed. What are they going to do? Well, her doctors who care about her now that she's in this hospital and her family are going to plan to do something. They are going to do something to help make her day a little better. I'm sorry that makes you upset. You see, everybody wants this woman dead. They just feel like she should be dead. They have no ability to look at what happened to her. Listen, if somebody actually looked at what happened to her and went through it, like, I don't have a problem talking to anybody. In fact, sorry, my hair is like driving me nuts right now. I invited somebody on the channel. His name is Jax V. I think his name is Scott. I invited him on the panel with me after closing arguments, or maybe before. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I feel like the prosecution has one more rebuttal witness, and then I think they're going to arrest, and then there's closing arguments, right? And we're still pretty early in the day here. What is it? It's 1:28. I can't believe I'm like up. You guys have no idea. I'm such a night owl. By nature, like genetically, I think I'm a night owl, So I appreciate you guys being here with me. But yeah, it's hard for me sometimes to get up. But this case has really motivated me to start sounding off about this stuff. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about it more because I keep saying it, but we will be getting more into this issues, me and Doc Terry. So next week, we're going to have our debut show. We haven't decided on the topic yet. If you have anything you want us to go over, you can drop it in the chat. I'll also make a post about the new channel, and I'll give you more information if you're interested in coming over there and seeing us on our debut show. Okay. But it's basically going to be a medical discussion, about different things. And it's going to be, you're going to get a lot of experience on that panel. You're going to have me. I have over 20 years. You're going to have Doc Terry, who has, I think, 40 years or more. And she's been a teacher, a professor at, I think it was Delphi University, Adelphi on Long Island, right? Bunny Murphy. What's up? Bunny, I missed you. It's so nice to see you here, girlfriend. So nice to see you. There you go. Oh, that's such a great song, too. When September ends. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Lisa. It's tough, right? It's tough. And you kind of have, as time goes on, people like me or you, Lisa, and other things, other people, we learn that like certain times of the year might be tougher, and we try to plan for it. We do the best we can. It doesn't mean we won't suffer at all. It just means, okay, for you, like say September's coming up, maybe treat yourself, it doesn't have to cost money. If you have a little extra and you could treat yourself to go to a spa, they do that. But if you can't, it doesn't matter. You can go out in nature and treat yourself. Go walk in the forest, put your phone down, or connect with an old friend, or, read a good book or something for yourself during that time. Make sure, the most important thing that I've learned is sleep. Sleep is so important for so many other issues. And we're going to talk more about that too. When we get into the medical stuff. But yeah, so what are you guys thinking so far? Do you think that they are going to close today? Like, do you think after the next prosecution rebuttal witness that they're going to close? Because they're not going to go home early. I don't think that the judge, as much as he wants to go surf today, I don't think they're going to be going home early. The judge has been doing too much surfing and too much partying with his friends. Now, this is all behind the scenes information about Judge Spicoli. So this is my psychic. Don't take any of it too seriously. Okay. Let's just, all right, let's see. Let's see what's going on here.
All rise, please. Your next.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2:00.
Okay, so that was just the last little bit. Look, guys, does this bring back any memories for you guys? Any memories here? What about this one? Okay, so nothing going on there. All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we look at some stuff while we're waiting here? Let me bring that down. And let's see what we can look at. Sorry.
Trademarking it, I'm going with it.
Oh boy.
Hi,
Oh
I'm
boy.
Aaron. I'm the owner of Cup of Pug. We are not.
Guy is hilarious. Oh my God, that guy is so
Cafe.
funny. Look at this.
When I saw Cup of Pug go
Cup of
live,
Pug.
that's when it all clicked.
Cup of Pug. So cute.
Well, was that nice?
He has a cup of pug. The pug is so tiny he can fit in a cup of tea. Yes, the fan, right? The meme. Oh yeah. I saw. Did you see the baby one? The baby one where they had like the huge fucking bows, like. And I'm going all in on the fact that I believe this woman is wearing the bow intentionally. And again, I feel like it's just another reason why they could go for a mistrial. I think it's fucked up that she can walk around with those childlike bows. They are childlike bows, right? You know what I mean? They're not, if she was in her 20s, maybe, but even in your 20s, right? It's a little bit, but at her age, she's past the bows. So her wearing those very childlike bows, to me, I'm going to go all in and I'm going to say it is being done on purpose for emotional manipulation. And I think it should cause a mistrial, but I'm not a lawyer. This is just me saying I think it's ridiculous. And I think she's a horrible person. And then the other thing I can't believe didn't the unicorn. The other thing that they did when they asked Patrick, did you guys see when they asked Mrs. Clancy, Patrick's mom, if murder was a mortal sin after asking her about her faith? Oh boy, let's go look at that. Let's go check that out again because that one was wild. All right, let's stop sharing this. Let me go over here. I'm going to pull that one up, guys. Let's do some reminiscing. Let's do some reminiscing here. All right, let me put on just a touch of dance and music like old times while I pull up a video. Hold on. To entertain us further. We must have entertainment. Okay, here we go. Let's take these guys down. I love these guys with the this guy is the best right here though, genuinely. Look at him. He's really trying. This guy wants to get laid so bad. So bad this guy wants to get laid. He's really trying to get in there, buddy. I wish you a lot of luck with that. All right, let's do this. This is Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, if you guys missed it, or if you did see it. And look, this is the other thing I want to point out here. It's the other thing I want to point out. Hold on. Okay. This is now becoming political, okay? Why it became why this has become political. Do you guys, okay, let me ask you guys a question. And this is why sometimes I think I'm naive, okay? I can't imagine that whatever your political party is, that based on that, you have a opinion about this case. In other words, I'm starting to see people like, well, Matt Walsh did it last week, but Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Turtle Boy, who is conservative, okay, say things like, you know, this is ridiculous. All these women out here, they're crazy. You're supporting a murderer, okay? Have you guys seen this? Is this a thing or am I imagining it? I feel like they're saying that the quote libtards are the ones that are outside in the pink shirts cheering on the women who killed our kids. I feel like that's a thing that's being said. Have you guys heard this at all? Because I'm really genuinely curious if that's true. And if it is, It is. It's a thing. Yeah. It just makes it just like, of course it's a thing. Right? You guys know, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, but I'll tell you in case you didn't. I don't vote in presidential elections. The last presidential election I voted in was in 2016. And yes, it was for Donald Trump because I was fooled. I thought that he actually, you know, was different, new, but he's not. He's just like everybody else. And he was beholden to quite a bit of people that paid for him to get into office. And so now I realized something. I didn't, after the first year, I was already over the guy, but I realize now that, I don't want to be forced into taking a choice between the lesser of two evils. I've decided. I don't, if they're both evil, then I'm choosing none, which means I'm not voting. And people get mad at you. Look, I can go to the poll and write my own name in. I've done that a few times, but I'm not wasting my time. I'm not participating in a system that I don't believe is honest. I'll do local elections, but it's not based on somebody's party. I'm not a party person. I don't conform very well into groups. It's why I am the way I am. I really don't. My beliefs are not going to conform to any one party. My beliefs are a little bit different, and I've thought about them quite a bit. So it's not something that I just flippantly decide. For example, I do not believe in the death penalty at all for any reason whatsoever. I don't believe in it, right? And the thing is like a lot of conservative minded people, it confuses me because they're for the death penalty. And here's what confuses me about that. When you're a conservative, I thought the idea is that you like limited government, like you're a limited government person. You would prefer that you prefer the traditional values, that kind of thing, right? And killing someone with a state order is probably the scariest power you could give to a government, is to allow them to kill another person legally, right? And I am not comfortable giving any government, even ours, the power to execute a fellow citizen, even if they have a trial, because we've seen these trials, guys, right? Have we seen these trials? You see, we see these trials. You see how they screw people. Aiden Carney, as much as I don't personally like him in the sense of like, I don't like the way he behaves. I see a lot of things in him that I think he causes his own problems. That doesn't mean, however, I think he should be in prison. I still believe that he should have never been arrested, but that's the whole point. See what the state can do when you're a hair up their ass? The state will crush you. The state wants to crush Aiden Carney. They arrested him for some of the most ridiculous things. Even though I don't like the guy, I don't like what the state is doing to him. That's scary to me. Now imagine if they framed him up for murder, like Karen Reed, and imagine if Massachusetts had the death penalty. That's what happens in certain states that have the death penalty. Massachusetts doesn't have it, but I think Texas does and some other states. You think people don't get framed up and stitched up for shit in those states? Absolutely they do. And all you have to do is look at the statistics for how many people who were killed, executed, and later found to be innocent, to know that the death penalty is not the answer. I don't know what the number is, but I know it's one. It's at least one. And one is too many people to have a state-sponsored death. That's the main reason that I do not agree with the death penalty. It is the only reason that I think people should think about with the death penalty. It doesn't mean that I don't think people deserve retribution or revenge. I am not personally the type of person who wants to dole it out. I don't feel like I am worthy of giving revenge and retribution to people, no matter what they've done. I am not worthy of being in judgment of that person and doling out that revenge. Some people are very comfortable in that position. Those people concern me. Doesn't mean, like I said, they don't deserve retribution. But if you live in this world long enough, you know, you reap what you sow. What comes around goes around. So even though you might think people get away with things or they hurt you, we all know it's a cycle. It comes back. In your own life, it comes back. When you do shitty things, it comes back to when I've done shitty things in my life and they weren't even intentional. And I've gotten payback for it, karma for it. I become more self-aware when those things come up on me because I no longer say, oh, like the world's so cruel or, oh, like poor me. Or, not that I was ever really a victim, but I'm just saying now when shit comes to me, I'm like, something I have done has brought this upon me, right? And like, you have to be careful because you don't want to victim blame people, okay? Or yourself. But I always go back to what my grandmother said. Don't put yourself in compromising positions, which means we have choices in life. We elect to do certain things. We inherently know what's right and wrong. Sometimes we just don't want to do the right thing. That's the whole part of being a human, you know? And that's why I'm so forgiving and understanding with people because I know I have fucked up in my life badly. And I just know that I want people to forgive me when I fuck up and understand me and not just put me into some kind of like box and label me as evil or bad. That's what they do, you know, and I get it. It's like, it's the easy thing to do. It's the quick thing to do, right? It makes people feel better, I guess. I'm never one of those people. Like, I'll keep talking about it. It doesn't have to be settled for me. I don't need it to be settled because I know we're not going to be able to get the absolute truth, not in this dimension. Anyway, not with the perceptual abilities we have right now. It's crazy. Just look at how divided we are. And you can't say that everybody that thinks Lindsay is a murderer and should be in prison are stupid. Not all of those people are stupid. Some might be, but not all of them. There's got to be some really smart people in that group too. So that's intriguing. Why do they feel that way? I'm very interested in knowing why they're so hateful toward Lindsay. Now, if their answer is, oh, that's obvious because she killed her kids. I mean, okay, but I think there is a after to that, meaning she killed her kids. Of course it's evil. And when she passes, God will talk and she'll deal with whatever that is, right? Only she knows. We don't know. Only she knows. But as another woman who's gone through postpartum depression, as a woman who has worked in the medical system for more than 20 years, as a woman who understands the stigma attached to these things, who understands the position Lindsay was in, it's hard for me to do anything other than have empathy for her. I can't, I don't hate her. I cannot hate her. Those were her children, not my children. That doesn't mean she has the right to do whatever she wants with it. But I'm just saying that was her circumstance. That was her point in time. This is her cross to bear. I don't know why she has it. I tend to think philosophically and spiritually on this channel. And so I tend to believe this is some type of spiritual war that she personally is in for whatever reason. Maybe past things in her family, or I don't know exactly. You know, I don't have that answer, but I can think about it because I am a person who believes in a higher power, who believes in, you know, negative entities and positive entities and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think we see I don't even think we see a tenth of what's around us. You know, when you think about people who are schizophrenic, why do they all have the same delusions, right? I don't think that's a coincidence, right? I don't think it's a coincidence. Are they tuned into a different frequency? I mean, animals, you know, I have a cat, I have 3 dogs. The cat, look at your cat's eyes. That cat lives with me. Sometimes I think it's plotting to kill me, but that cat and what the cat perceives, sees, hears is completely different than any human being in my house. Look it up and look at how bats perceive. Bats are like little sonar, like bats are wild. If you look up a bat and how they see and fly and stuff, it's crazy. They're designed so perfectly for what they do. And so that's the point, right? That's the point. Even in the things around us that we can see and touch, they have different perceptions too. So you give somebody a medication that affects the neurotransmitters in their brain. Maybe it gets them into a different headspace or frequency that makes it easier for certain elements to come in. This is not medical at all. And people can laugh at this theory, but it's something I think about. And I don't care if people laugh about it. I think it's something that probably if we talk to a Catholic priest, he'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen demonic entities attached because of these medicines. I mean, I feel like it's just like something they would say, you know? And it's funny because they were talking about delusions, which are fixed beliefs that are false. I mean, how many delusional people do we know walking around then? There's a ton of people that have fixed beliefs that are false. We're all in some state of delusion. I mean, there are so many people that have fixed beliefs that are false. If that's a delusion, we are all delusional. Think about it. And they'll put religion in that category. That's why psychology is so dangerous without spirituality and philosophy and some guardrails, because you can get people where they just completely discount spirituality. I'm not saying when people are manic and they say that they're Jesus Christ, that they're actually Jesus Christ. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that for an entire sect of medicine or a social science like psychology, it's just interesting to think about, right? Like these things intersect at some point. You know, you can say as the psychiatrist, you know, what if they met a woman who is like the Pope? How about they interview the Pope? I bet you the Pope would be diagnosed with psychosis, according to the DSM. How much you want to bet? The Pope would be diagnosed with psychosis. Think about it. That's scary, right? That's why that's where you get a little concerning. Because the truth is, if they want to diagnose some religious leader with psychosis because he believes in God or the Son of God, they could get the population to do that. They could turn the people in that. You know they could. That's why you have to have really strong faith in what you believe in, especially in days like this with all the deception abounds. They always want to deceive us. So that's the part I don't understand about the conservative movement. You know, they also claim that they're Christian, or at least they used to. When I was growing up, that was one of the points of contention with a lot of school age kids, like college age kids. I went to UMass Amherst, and there was a group called the Minutemen on campus. They were the conservative. And none of us liked them. We thought they were jerks, right? Why? Oh, because they're so super religious and they're very like conformative and that kind of stuff, right? And I think, back then when I went to UMass, that was 1989-ish, early 90s. And now that sentiment is like infinity times that, right? And that's why when kids go away to college, they tend to become a little more liberal. But I've examined those beliefs as I've gotten older, and I realize I don't, it's not that I dislike religion or religious people. I dislike the hypocrisy of people who claim to be Christian or religious in some way, and yet look down at other people like drug addicts or poor people or black people or whatever their ethnicity is or mental illness. That's what turns me off from that type of crowd. And they can be very judgmental. And look, they have every right to do that. They have every right. That's the whole thing, freedom of religion, right? But I understand that concept, why people have that belief. It's just that I also see the flip side of it, which is BLM. BLM to me is the same as the people getting mad at the religious people, calling them in a cult. BLM is the same. They are communist. If you look at their manifesto, it is 100% communist manifesto. Go look it up. They are against the traditional family. They believe that, that we live in a racist country based on the economic system. Go look it up. And that's just as much of religious zealotry as the Minutemen or the Christians that you met, whatever they called themselves, the conservative Christians. It's the same thing. It's just the opposite side of you. And so you have two groups of people who both, I believe, are delusional with these fixed beliefs, who think they're right. And in my opinion, they're both wrong. They're both wrong. And like I said, I've never been good at picking it. I don't like to pick a team. I'll create a third team. I'll create a third option. They always try to put us into a box. Here's an example. When Epstein died, when Epstein was suicide, right? The whole talk of the town was he killed himself. He didn't kill himself, right? And I'm saying to myself, I don't think it's either one of those. I don't think he killed himself, but I also don't think someone came in the jail and killed him. Both of those things are not rational. What I think is that he's alive. That's what I think. And I think he's probably on some kibbutz in Israel with Ghislaine. So I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying you can't accept the frame. There is a genetic propensity for some people to not be able to adjust a frame for their perspective. That's what I mean by the frame. See, a lot of times when people try to get you into a corner or debate you, they're going to try to control the frame. And that's what I mean by that. The frame is, did he die by someone coming into the jail cell and making it look like suicide, or did he kill himself? That's the frame. But when someone presents it like that to you, don't accept their frame. Make your own frame of reference. It's really helpful to do that. It's helpful to not just choose the options they give, because then you'll look outside of it and you can see more truth. So I don't know if that makes any sense. That was a really big tangent, guys. Sorry about that. All right, let's take a listen to this.
Yes.
And both you and Chris are mother and father of Catholics.
Correct.
And obviously, you live in Lindsay.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth?
Yes, I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
I love this, Random Phil. I love that you have a friend that wants her in prison, you don't, and that I love it. It's so intriguing, right? You're watching the same trial. And you have you can't ignore that, right? People who want to just ignore it and fight, I just think it's way more interesting than that. Like there's so much to talk about there. As long as you can both stay out of your ego, right? Like if you get too in your ego, like you're stupid or you must believe the way I am. And obviously you're not that kind of person, neither is she, but like that's why the conversations end because people are just like, rah, like that, you know? And that's not going to be helpful for anybody. So that's super interesting. And I'm glad you're here. These are the kind of people in my chat. You guys are really good critical. You guys think critically, you know, that's the whole thing. Everybody says they think critically, but it's, I don't know. I don't see it that often, if I'm being honest.
I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of any focus?
I worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery?
Correct.
Helping women that were having babies. And
correct.
Obviously, you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room itself.
So were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
And can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg
Sorry, guys.
Spinelli well. We've
Totally
spoken a couple
screwed
of
up here.
times.
Where
I
is
believe
everything?
she specializes in
Oh my God, what's
postpartum mental
happening?
health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because he didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out?
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
I was just reading the comments in the chat while they're waiting to come back. And somebody said, if a woman has postpartum depression or anxiety, their children need to be taken by the state. I mean, that's your big solution. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of stuff. I also don't like when women are saying, if you're not a woman, then you can't understand this. Not a good idea to say that, guys. We're not going to garner any sympathy or support from men who are right to not understand this and feel like scared about it. If we say to them, well, remember, it's not cool. In other words, you wouldn't understand. You're not a woman. I just feel like, why would you say that? The only reason you're going to say that is to make the man feel inferior. And he's not going to want to help or understand more by saying that. So that's my point, I guess. You're just harming the discussion by telling men that they can't be a part of it. We need men to understand this.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors or not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she eventually got out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's office of the state police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. We'll have to look at all of them, that's for sure.
I'm going to go to the direct because it's a little more interesting.
Where you Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mhm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
That she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? To sleep.
Yes.
And
sleep is not a little thing. Like if you cannot sleep, you can't recharge. You can't relax. If she's going on 2 or 3 hours sleep, your ability to think rationally, you become more emotional. Anybody who's done that knows that. She actually sleep. If you have to go to the freaking hospital, okay, I would say this. If you are having such a hard time falling asleep and it is bothering you so much that you're a nurse, you know people, but you have to go to the emergency department over it, I would argue that that's a sign of mania.
when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own.
And listen, her driving herself to and fro the emergency department tells me more kind of about her relationship than it does about her mental state. You know, I was married twice. Both were sociopaths. The second one, I remember I was standing in front of the closet. I had a newborn who was upstairs sleeping, and I went to bend down to get something. My back gave out, and I fell on the floor, and I cried for help, and he continued to just sleep. He heard me. It's the middle of the day. He wouldn't help me get up, so I just pulled some sheets out of the closet and laid there and fell asleep. Another time when I was really, really sick and I couldn't stop throwing up, I asked him to take me to the hospital and he refused. And I couldn't drive myself because I was dry heaving so much that I was jerking. So I had to call an ambulance to come get me. If I could have driven myself, I would have. But this motherfucker would not drive me. Sorry for the language. But my own husband would not drive me to the emergency department. And so Lindsay driving herself, look, Patrick seems like a nice person or whatever, but who knows what kind of guy he is. maybe he's not sensitive. I mean, the fact that she drives herself, to me, like I said, it says more about her relationship with her husband than it does about her mental state. The fact that the Patrick's mother met her at the emergency department shows me the mother-in-law thinks he's being insensitive too. That's just my opinion. That's my speculation.
Car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name's Nanette?
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thanks, Mike.
See you next month.
So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
Who cares?
I'm not sure.
Who cares?
Now, so the ER visit's on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you know she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
And so you're aware that she was in fact increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than
I agree. And the jury is going to see all of it. The jury sees all of it, and they see all of these people that are on Lindsay's side, and they've got to be confused by it. And also the whole Patrick thing, if nothing else, if they have any kind of glimpse of that, it's going to add for more reasonable doubt.
At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That would be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it. And I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it. And we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do. So should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
That's sad.
And on November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna.
To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com. And boom, everything's there.
She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just that a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th, when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
See if it's back. Then.
Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
Sorry.
Meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you or telling
Thanks for stopping by.
you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can be, it can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck. And then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay. And as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she...
I'm sorry, I'm pausing it for a second, but in order to believe, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, I believe it's a fact that she dove out the window head first, which logically follows she wanted to die. She tried to kill herself. She used 3 different methods: crushing up pills, slicing her throat and wrists, and finally diving. I really believe she wanted to die. Therefore, if you follow that to its end, and let's say she actually died, would people then believe that she was psychotically depressed or something? That's where my logic is. What do you guys think about that? Does that make sense? Just curious what other people think about that.
You had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation?
I'm sorry. She fell from the window? Come on, man. Be honest. You're a doctor. You might be a psychiatrist, but you're still an MD. You know what mechanism of injury is. You're not being honest when you say she fell out the window. You're not being honest.
About the phone call that she received from Patrick.
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, 2 things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's
yes.
Okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There.
Vote to strike that if he's not sure about it.
That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
I can't answer this.
Now, what about the interaction?
I don't believe that you can answer these questions. I don't believe you can answer them.
With Dr. Tufts on January 23rd. Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statement that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified
what the fuck is
indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV as the next.
Any objection? That may be admitted. All right, Mr. Reddington.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorneys, right?
Retained by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
Right? He's the
So
best.
when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
Answer
tell
the
you?
question and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd she go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues, I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from
Let's
the
talk about
defendant herself.
let's talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you testified?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You
Yeah.
don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes,
And her husband was Patrick, right?
yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She
And
described that that was her lifelong interest.
had one child for, right?
I can't hear you.
Child, the first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which was called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callum?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had
Okay,
throughout
you know
her
what?
life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir. I gave you
All
a little
right,
room.
next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years. We assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was her.
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the
question called for yes or no answer. All right. And so go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hell yeah.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure.
Judge
You mentioned in
Coley.
direct examination for the DA that she was
Judge
like to
Coley,
do
correct
exercise,
you.
correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Yeah.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA.
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
What did they just say there? I mean, hold on. Let me see if I can get that again. Hold on. Little hot mic moment there. Let's say.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The question called for a yes or no answer. All right. And so go ahead.
Exercise was
yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The question called for a yes or no answer. All right. And so go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Yeah.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
When you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of what you value. Like at the Comfort Inn, where kids value breakfast with options.
I asked you about running the road race after Callan, okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained.
It's so brilliant, him using that term investigate, because it frames him for what he is, a cop. He's hired by the prosecution and he's calling him an investigator because in the jury's mind, I believe, and in my mind, it's framing him as a cop. And in a certain way he is, because he is hired by the state. Whoops, sorry.
By the DA.
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out. From the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
These scissor sisters really need to keep it moving here.
Occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
And what's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out.
From?
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
no, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what their letterhead basically says.
From that, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay. Do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 22 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer, yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habron?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation?
Yes.
What did you do, both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes, I
Both
think
of you
that
together? Both of you together?
yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates.
Wow.
Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same
Wow.
time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
That's not right.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
It says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but.
Number 8 on.
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look
The
at it.
Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes?
Yes.
I'll just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, in psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematosus age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, psychiatric clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You have to remind me, there was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI central line associated bloodstream infections are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book.
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC AA, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book, but yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web, drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
how long ago
going
was that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So
that's
starting.
when.
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right.
What
And
did
so
you do?
since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see.
Help me find new bedding that fits.
In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been under designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022, 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
That's right. Come on,
I don't
man.
understand your question.
No,
Well,
of course you don't
Do
understand.
you
his
know what
question.
her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show you
review it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
This is what's annoying to me. And Doc, I bet you feel similarly, especially because you've testified in cases and been a professional, been for the defense. Is if I'm going to, this guy knows he's going to be on national television, right? Like, you're going to be on national television. You are representing not only yourself, but your profession, right? And I don't understand, and it's not just his guy, it's other people as well, doctors. Is it their hubris that makes them not review the chart beforehand? I don't understand. Also, it's one thing if you're being called to testify, like Dr. Tufts, who I thought did pretty terrible on cross. She held her own, but showed that standard of care in psychiatry blows. Okay. But like the bottom line is she was called to testify. The fact she might have been told not to review the record. I don't really know for civil purposes. I'm not sure. But this guy is hired to be an expert. He's different. He's not a witness. He's a hired gun. So in my mind, if I was him, if I was hired to do this, to represent the prosecution in this case, and I believe that Lindsay Clancy was not psychotic, she was not postpartum psychotic, that she actually has depression, right? One of the things that I would do is make sure I knew the answers to all the questions that Kay Shreddington is asking right now. And you better bet I would have done an Edinburgh on that girl. And if that woman on Lindsay, I'm sorry. And if it was high, I would have had an explanation to combat it. If I'm sitting in that chair representing that she did not have a psychotic break, right? That's the only way you look credible. He I didn't trust him to begin with, but he is piss poor at his job as an expert. In my opinion, he doesn't even know Lindsay Clancy, and he's up there trying to tell you what it's like every other doctor in the system. He is actually representative of all the other people she's seen. He just does a fucking drive-by with somebody else in the room, by the way. This blows my mind.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
You're not going to finish.
Obviously, because we already talked about the summer. She was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead.
Yep.
You want him to re-ask that question?
It's just a matter of this guy's like being overconfident, right? Because literally, like, I'm getting paid money. First of all, I'm not going to testify unless I believe in it. So, like, if I evaluate the case and I believe that she was not guilty, I would not take the case. And so you like to assume all people are like that, but let's assume he's doing it for the money. Well, then it's pretty obvious we start to see all the cracks now because he does have no care about this case. There's no care taken in his evaluation. As a medical doctor, you need to look at all the angles and rule them out if you're going to come up with a diagnosis or an opinion. And he's not really giving me that. He's not giving that to me. I'm not getting that. I don't believe he did a proper and thorough evaluation to be giving the opinions that he's giving, particularly as a hired expert. He should be better than. He should be better than. And so what that means to me is they couldn't find somebody who was willing to testify, who had integrity, right? That happened in the Karen Reed case. Look at who they hired to talk about the reconstruction of the accident. That was always this big thing. People are like, of course they have an accident reconstructionist, blah, blah, blah. And who did we have? Trooper Paul up there saying that he just measured it and it just happened. It was just, you can't find an expert to refute it. I was wondering who they would find. This is who they found. Nobody good.
Okay. So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example.
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medication.
There are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
lifelong.
Yes.
Okay. How about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said.
I freaking love Judge Spicoli. Judge Spicoli's like, look, all right, dude. All right. Come on, man. Come on. I'm going to stop you now, dude.
That she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only your description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
I mean, but that's what you're saying, dude. You're saying she has lifelong anxiety and she's resistant to treatment. That's what you're saying. You got to be careful with your words. Words, especially when you're in a courtroom, are so important. That's why I love watching court cases. And maybe you guys are like me too. I love the details and the wording. It's really interesting. And I love to debate people with that because it's essentially getting someone to shred their facade so you can expose the truth. That's how I see Kevin Reddington with this man, because you can see him. You can see this man sitting there. And before he even K-Shred got up, you could tell, in my opinion, I already was kind of like, this guy's kind of sketchy, right? And if you're good and you ask the right questions, you can expose anybody.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it
There you
written
go.
down, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Read the whole report. I don't care.
Yeah. And that's the little words. Exactly, Doc Terry. Exactly. Those are the words that make a big difference. There's a lot of people who like to look at body language, and I find it interesting. But me personally, I think watching the words, the statements that people make, you can break them down methodically. And oftentimes people do tell on themselves because people don't like to lie. Even a sociopath, unless they're in like an acting mode, don't like to lie. So some people are better than others, but typically your speech will give you away. And this guy is hedging again when he says, I believe. It's either she is this or she's not. You got paid a lot of money to make an evaluation here. Right, buddy? Like, what is your impression? You don't even know off the top of your head why you're saying she has lifelong anxiety or why you're saying she didn't like to take. He just dug himself right into a hole. Like, Reddington is really good at giving people the rope to hang themselves with. He's really good at it, and I'm here for it.
Because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general
breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication. Right. Benzodiazepines.
You were just proven wrong, brother. If you're smart, you'll now be quiet. The judge is going to tell you to shut the fuck up in a second. Sorry.
Let's not guess. All right. Let's look at Dr. Mack's report. Okay. Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat
it? Oh my God.
You said in your report.
This guy gives that little fucks that he just says, okay, as a response. And when Reddington tries to clarify, he's like, I didn't really hear what you said. Wow, bro. Wow. That's so unprofessional. You're like so checked out now that you're not even paying attention to what the attorney just asked you, and you're just like, okay. That's messed up. That's, as a juror, I'm now not counting anything you say. He's for the prosecution. He's the prosecution's rebuttal expert. He's rebutting Dr. Resnick. He's trying to say that she was not in a psychosis, that she had the ability to control her actions in to the law, which I would give him. I'm willing to listen to him, but he hasn't given me anything here.
Defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overall.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I know.
to. What?
Prove you're wrong.
We got
It's
you on
not
the
in your
ropes,
report,
buddy.
though, is it?
You're going down. We got you on the ropes.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about
Look at that
would
face.
be postpartum issues, postpartum.
He's got his eyebrows raised up. Both of his eyebrows are raised up pretty good there. Right?
Psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman...
The perfect name. That was almost yours. Get your domain on Wix Domains before...
...to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses. Would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD.
What does that stand for?
The International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, are you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States...
No. I'm asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough.
That tells us what...
This here is what you're talking about, the DSM, though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was 1968, DSM-3 was 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by a Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicates—
I think he's letting him go with this bullshit because nobody cares except for him, so that he gets into that professor mode again, and he's going to strike him right after this. That's my guess, but let's see.
Created a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? Dude. And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be on the DSMs. Very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time—
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
I was about to get to that.
I'm sure you were. But
Yeah,
you would
an
not
hour
agree
from
with
now.
it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes—
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your question.
Now you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section?
Yes.
The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right? That's all right. Yeah, okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1, you can read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right? That they, meaning women, apparently have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
This is great. He's just getting all of this on the record. This is all just for the world. He's sticking up for all of us women right now, and this is really fucking cool.
All right. Wait, because
it does say that.
Okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes, it does.
So what does that tell you in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy? What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff that's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know. I can tell you that the proponents of postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If
classification.
I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well, the distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM.
All right. Mr. Ray, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
Yes.
We mentioned the words.
Let's be honest. He's pointing out just how pathetic it is. And anybody that studied medicine or nursing already knows it. When you get to the section in Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine under sexuality or sexual health, under the women's section, when I went to school, that was a long time ago, so maybe it's different, but it was literally one page. And the men's sexuality with the prostate and all that shit was so, oh my God, forget about it. Forget about it.
Postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence. I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
Yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be. As I was,
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features in a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You agree
And
with
there's a
it?
big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders.
There you go.
Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd like to.
And that would be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
Okay.
Oh my God, Spicoli needs a rip on the bong, I think.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it. Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. You want me to read all the way down?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Let's stick with the section that you just. Delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in Biological Psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay, let's
paragraph. It
just
goes
stick-
on to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next.
with
All right, Council, let me see Council at sidebar here, just so we've got scheduling.
I think he's just running out the clock right now. I really do. And that's why I think the judge said, let's talk about scheduling. I really think he is just running out the clock right now because maybe they have somebody that they're waiting to show up today, or maybe I don't know what it is. But the fact that the judge said, can we talk about scheduling is pretty interesting. It's getting late. The judge needs to rip his bong. This witness is clearly going to be funneling vodka the minute he gets in his car. He probably bought his own bottle. I'm going to guess he didn't go for top tier, so it's probably like Absolute. It's probably some flavored Absolute. And he's going to get funnel that shit. And then he walks in his car. And the judge, we already know what he's going to be doing. Yeah, we got to get the schedule going is what I'm thinking. Hey, Queen, what's up, girl? Yeah, they're ready to get out of here. They are 100% ready to leave. They're ready to get out of this. And we know that the Scissor Sisters, what they're doing. Go on. The two prosecutors, they're in the bathroom again. They've got their little voodoo dolls out, and they're like, and all that kind of stuff. They have the other girl puts a bow in her hair when they go into the bathroom and do this, and everybody kind of closes their ears because they think it's so gross when they're scissoring in there. Hey, what are you doing? That's my opinion. I mean, don't get mad at me for it. Yes, they've got their potion going. Hi, Mama Bunny. Thanks for being here. So let's see. Are we back yet, guys? Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Jess. I really appreciate that. That's really nice. Appreciate that. So let's see, guys. I don't think we're going to hear. Oh, whoops. Here we go.
So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining, get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay?
All right, please, your
Really nice. So you might notice Lindsay's doll eyes there. You see that? Did you just see her doll eyes? It's impossible to miss on her because she has such big eyes. She's so pretty, and she's got the perfect doll eye where it goes like that. That's medication. That's antipsychotic medication usually. And I think they mentioned she's on olanzapine, which is Zyprexa, which can also be used for bipolar. And she's not doing it as much now. She was doing it more in the beginning, where she was doing more of the facial grimacing, where she would go. If you see somebody doing that kind of movement a lot, they might be on meth, but they also might be on an antipsychotic. Sorry, it's just the truth. If they have teeth, then they're probably not on meth. That's a good way to look at it. I'm obviously being facetious here. No, but she's definitely on an antipsychotic now. All right, let's see. Let's bring it.
Sure, the next of the forum is closed in session.
Doctor, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talked to the DA's up with you guys' schedule. We did discuss that. Okay. All right. Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so the plan would be we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right.
Okay, so wait a minute. What did he say? Hold on. I just want to. Hear this one more time.
Sure, the next of the floor of this court's in session.
Dr. May, sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talked to the DA's up to you guys' schedule. We did discuss that. Okay. All right. Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so the plan would be, we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
So from what I'm gathering, you guys can tell me what you think, but it sounds like they're now gonna do their closing arguments. I thought the judge might take the day off Monday because I think he really wanted to go surfing or something, but maybe the waves aren't going to be good. I don't know. And so maybe that's why they're going to be in court on Monday. Regardless, a couple things I wanted to say before I sign off. I can't believe I've been on here this long. Thanks for anybody who's been here with me at any point during this stream. I'm always appreciative of the viewers. I always appreciate your opinions, whether you agree with me or not. I'm totally fine with you disagreeing. Just don't be a dick, and we won't have any problems. In fact, I like when people disagree sometimes because it strengthens my argument, or sometimes my mind gets changed. I'm not always so definitive on things. Some things I am very opinionated on, and I've thought about quite a bit, and other things I can be swayed on, you know? So a couple of things I wanted to mention. One, Jax-V, whose name is Scott, was in the chat yesterday or the day before. And he said, you know, he has some different thoughts about this. You know, he thinks, I think from what I gather, he believes, you know, she should be in jail. And that's okay. He's allowed to have that opinion. I'd rather him tell me what he thinks. You know, people are going to think this shit whether they say it out loud or not. So if someone is willing to tell me what they think, I am appreciative of it. I'm not going to get mad at them. And I really do want to hear his point of view. I did see him on a live stream with another woman. I don't know her name, but she wasn't really nice to him because he said something about the case and she just attacked him and said, you wouldn't understand because you're not a woman and only blah, 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 the whole women thing. And I really wish women would stop doing that surrounding this case because it gives women a bad name. If it's kind of like when they used to say it's a black thing, you wouldn't understand. I get it. But at the same time, you're just distancing yourself from the person that you're trying to meet halfway. That's how I look at it. So I get it. I'm not black, so I might not understand certain things, but I'd still like you to talk to me about it because I might have experienced something else that's somewhat similar and we can talk about it. That's how I feel with the woman thing. You're not a woman, so you won't understand. Men are doctors. Men are husbands, brothers, psychologists. I love men. I am not a feminist. And this case, the way that it's being framed by the media and other people, like I've seen now the political commentators come out of the woodwork, the conservative ones, who I agree with on some things, but not this. They want Lindsay Clancy in jail. They don't believe in mental health or mental illness, right? Which is so bizarre to me because the same conservatives tout that they're Christians. And the whole idea about being a Christian is to love one another and forgive one another, not eye for an eye. But I'm not going to get into that whole thing again. Sorry. So the only point I'm trying to make is I think there's room for everybody to have a differing opinion. And I'm very happy to talk with anybody about whatever. It's just, I can't do the yelling and screaming and cursing and stuff. That's no good for anybody. No bueno. So, I mean, I can do it, but I really don't like to do it. It's not pleasant for anybody, you know? So anyway, so that's one thing. So I just wanted to mention that I gave Scott my email. We are in touch, and I'm hoping that we will be having that discussion Monday evening or something like that. But I'll keep you guys posted on it. And there was something else that I wanted to tell you guys, and I cannot remember what it is. I got all excited because Jess came over to say hi. I appreciate that so much. And you guys all know Jess. That's probably how you found me. Although I have some people here that followed me for a little while. It was the postpartum thing. Yeah, just watch now as this starts to get framed, because there were so many women standing outside in support of Lindsay Clancy. I saw a tweet that Aidan Carney put out, somewhat in alignment with people like Matt Walsh, who I like some of the things he does and says, but other things I'm like, you're not speaking for me. These people have no idea what mental health is and what the medical system is like. And I pray that they don't find out the hard way. I think I understand their conviction that murder is evil and that sort of thing. But I am very much Christian in my willingness to understand what happened here. Obviously, killing your kids is egregious. Oh, that's what I wanted to share with you guys before I leave. Lastly, this one, what I wanted to share is, after I was up there for the week, and I'm really glad that I did go up there, I left, and on my way home to New Jersey, I drove through Connecticut, obviously, because, that's geography. And one of my good friends that lives in Connecticut, I've known her for many years, her daughter's little boy, who's adorable, and I'm close with her daughter too, her whole family. He was turning 1, so he was having a 1-year-old birthday party. And so this was her first grandson, and they invited me. So I stopped by on the way back from the Lindsay Clancy trial, and just the way the universe works, they live in Wallingford, Connecticut, my best friend. I used to practice medicine in Wallingford, Connecticut as a PA. I'm not trying to pretend I'm a doctor. I'm a PA, but you practice medicine. Anyway, so I'm very familiar with the town, Wallingford, Connecticut. I lived right next to it for a while when I lived in Connecticut. And that's the town Lindsay Clancy is from. She graduated high school with my best friend, one of my best friend's children, who was at the party. And, I didn't bring it up, obviously. I'm not going to be talking about that at a little baby's 1-year-old party, not the topic nor the time, nor would I even really ask unless he wanted to talk to me about it. But the point I'm trying to make about all of this is, when I arrived, they had this huge tent outside. It was just beautiful. It was a beautiful day, tons of people, everybody's having fun. There was a table with a whole bunch of nurses sitting at it. And then next to it was a table with a whole bunch of cops. And that's very common if you're a nurse or in the medical field, especially if you work in the ER. A lot of the young nurses end up dating the cops because the cops are bringing certain people into the ER. And it's just a thing, first responders, whatever. And it was cool to see all that, right? Because her daughter is a nurse. And it was just, it just really made me think of what a different outcome for Lindsay Clancy and her family versus what I was watching there. It was hard to not draw a parallel because her daughter is a young nurse. She was very high achiever, a great mom, they just got married. I mean, all of the things, they got a new house, they've got the friends, they've got all of the things, the same exact time in life that Lindsay Clancy was in when this happened to her. And to sit there and watch her daughter, I mean, she's so blessed, obviously, and grateful. But, I'm coming from that trial, and it couldn't have been a more stark contrast. And what a horrible thing that these people are going through, And so I just wanted to share that because it was striking for me, And I asked my friend, not that day, but like the week before when I told her I was going to be stopping by, I told her, what I was doing up there, and I asked her what she thought, and she said she wasn't sure. And my friend is a very devout Catholic, and she's like an amazing person. And if she thinks Lindsay Clancy should go to jail, I mean, I'm not going to be mad at her. That's her opinion. She has every right to feel that way. And that's really what I want people to understand mostly. And you guys know my motto, I'm not better than you, but you're not better than me. We're all just, trying to figure this out. Anyway, been on here a long time. Really, really appreciate you guys being here. And awesome. Okay, here we go. Jax V, Karen Goldberg. Yes, the Harbor Lounge. Okay, yes. Okay, because you know what's funny is I saw her, that woman. I didn't know her name because I never really watched it, but I saw her in the courtroom when I was up there. And I said to her, I said, hi, how are you? Because I recognized her. She said, hi. I said, that was really crazy what you did. You know, that was really crazy what you did. And she was just like, I know, gosh, he was so horrible. And I'm like, that's not what I meant by that. But I didn't really get into it. I wasn't there to like give her a hard time, but I kind of wanted to talk to her and be like, hey, like maybe you should try being a little more diplomatic if you want to win people over to your side, or at least hear what you have to say, right? If you just shoot someone down because they're a man, they're just going to hate you more, and they're going to think we're all crazy. And the truth is, women, we are a little nutty sometimes. We are. We've got hormones, right? We give birth. We've got a portal between our legs where humans come out of. Where do they come from? Like, you know what I mean? Like we're different than men, yes, but we need men. I'm a big believer in that. So anyway, that's it. I'm rambling on a tangent now. Thanks everybody for being here. I'll be back on Monday. Faux show for closing arguments. I'll keep you updated in the community post about Scott and I. And that's what's up. Oh, and also I'll be creating that new channel soon. Doc Terry and I will be doing it. You'll be hearing about that soon too. I'm hoping to get up a post up about that this weekend. And thank you all so much. Thank you, Doc Terry, for being my awesome mod. And thank you, Jess Machado, for stopping in and the encouragement and all that stuff. All right, guys. Peace out. Let's just give a little dancing here as we leave. Let's do some Homie Don't Play That. Thanks, guys.